Hi everyone. Not feeling I'm not feeling the greatest, but hold on. I fucking dropped my stream deck and it went to the Zatsu screen. What the helly? How the helly? Did I turn up the immediately chuck everything on the floor? Hello? It was awesomeness. No, I was trying to put my headphones on. And then my stream deck decided I am going to fall onto the floor. But anyway, I'm gonna go set up something real quick. That. And bada bing, bada booey. There we go. And for those wondering what in the world I am holding, your stickers of my own creation. Scary guy. Mic works well. Heard that crashing really very clearly. Everybody way. Yeah, that happens sometimes. But yeah. And my order from Vograce arrived. And apparently they gave me more stickers than I actually ordered. They gave me like 19 when I ordered 10, which is, well, technically the minimum quantity for the order is 10, and I only ordered 1 of the quantity of 10. But my dad gave one to one of my next door neighbors. And he's giving another one to his boss, who likes the voids. And so it appears that people really like the scary guy. Now I'm gonna put him back in here, because on the day I'm not streaming, which is Thursday, I'm probably gonna give some of these to my people who work at my physical therapy place. There's something else. Not scary about the little fella, just needs a hug. Yeah, definitely. So, the second thing I ordered, this is actually my first order from this manufacturer. It's the bestseller set pack. They have, a material sample for their stickers. Apparently they even have like a bunch of different stickers, including a removable / reusable one. And my favorite one out of the sample pack is this, because it's very soft. And I just think the art is cute. Yeah, this is, all the stuff of their like most popular product. And they even have ballpoint pens, which are apparently pretty popular. And when I showed these to my mom, she kind of joked about having her business logo, which is quite literally a boob in a teardrop shape because she's a lactation consultant. She joked about having her logo put on one of these, using one of her logos for her custom pet for the pens, and she could use them for her consults. Yeah. The other one I really like is this one. I really like it. It's about a quote. Very adorable little gal. Yeah, I organized these by number. So I'm probably gonna look through these later on. So once I think novelty and themed pens would be for a specific type of people. You have a novelty pen you took to work at someone, and everyone others, if they can have one or just tries to steal it. Oh my god. There's people really like themed pens. Yeah, the reason I got the stickers in the first place, these little features, is because I plan on giving these out to trick-or-treaters on Halloween. Which, given the amount of people in my neighborhood, I'm probably gonna have to order at least 100, maybe even 150 of each design just to be sure. For in case, like, every single person who comes to the, to my house for trick-or-treating and wants all 3 designs, or like multiples of one design so they can give one to their, friends that they go to school with and are not in the neighborhood. But, they can get one for themselves, and then they can get another for a friend. Yeah, that's why I'm gonna have to order a lot of the scary guy. I will have to calculate how much that's gonna cost because I'm only doing like... Have I thought about making stickers? Maybe not hundreds, that would just be a pain in the ass to cut. You can print almost anything with an inkjet paper and the right printer and the right paper. But I plan on ordering from a manufacturer because it's, a little more convenient, and I don't exactly have the space to set up a whole sticker printing operation in my house. We have a lot of stuff right now that we have to go through, especially in my room because I have like a bunch of storage boxes stacked up above each other of stuff that I haven't really used. Yet I, for whatever reason, do not feel like throwing out or giving away. Weeks ago, you found tattoo transfer paper to make temporary tattoos. Italy made the Pokemon Mew temp tattoo. Oh yeah. Yeah. And apparently they also have like an acrylic sample. Well, I'll have to buy that when I buy the rest of the stickers. I designed the stickers a few months ago, so there are 3 in total. There's this one that I call Gargoyle, based on my cat Sabrina. And then there's one that's called Onigiri, based off, a silly little meme. But anyway, I should probably move the art, should I? There we go. Let me go ahead and... Let's put this back. There. gonna move my stickers and the sample packs. There they were. I think it is time that I start working on some OCs. I actually took some Sudafed earlier because I have a bit of pain in my left nostril, and my temples, which is probably, just a sinus headache. But the people renovating my brother's room just finished painting it like an hour ago. But yeah, I should probably go ahead and explain what I'll be doing. So this is Kaltain, my farmer in Fields of Mystria. He is a retired adventurer who kind of slowly retired over time. And after, she found a child who is now she found a baby and adopted the baby, which slowly caused her to cease her adventuring in escapades, and she spent a lot of time in the capital, wanting to eventually move somewhere where she and her daughter August can have a more stable life. And eventually she found a request for helping with the restoration of Mystria and gaining farm through it. Who's just like, you know what, I'll accept it. Of course she doesn't initially bring her daughter because the initial house in Fields of Mystria is tiny, like literally only one room, and Kaltain here, her knowing how she knows that eventually, sooner or rather than later, her daughter is going to need her own space. They can't exactly share a single bed forever. So she decides to have her daughter remain at the Adventurers Guild until she is able to have enough space in her house and, at least have one room that is separate from it for her daughter to live in. But this is her. I plan on reworking some of her design. I do like it so far, but I think it could definitely do with some reworking. But I should probably get out my save file for Fields of Mystria. I found a P crew some time ago that does for Fields of Mystria in Fields of Mystria style, so I made her. But I'm gonna go get out my actual game. I made a new save when 1.0 came out. because I'm unironically in my 3rd year on my initial save, and I wanted to start off sort of fresh. Wait. On. So I'm also gonna, I know. Alright. I took a screenshot. And this is what Kaltane currently looks like in her, you know, file. I'm probably gonna have to change out her proportions. Also, this is what she looks like in her adventurer days. So I'm gonna blow my nose real quick. So this is Kaltane's daughter, August. Well, mostly technically her adopted daughter, but daughter's a daughter. I am going to, I really like this little sketch of Kaltane. I really like how I, you know, inserted these little tufts of hair on both sides. So, in terms of, you know, her hair, that is not going to change. What is going to be changed, however, is some of her, it's like everything below. So I'm going to start reworking Kaltane. Just a little bit. And I will take a break once ads, you know, happen. So the one thing that is going to remain the same, I think, is, you know, her hair. Her hair is not going to be changed at all. But I think everything else over here, like, some of her body is going to be changed to, I'm gonna make her look a little less pear-shaped. And one of the aspects of her lore is that she kind of has a bit of a history with Valor. Because, you know, of their respective pasts. They kind of both have a history with each other, and he kind of has, you know, a deal with Valor. Is, you know, once the bridge is fixed, he, you know, when he goes to, you know, other places in order to sell stuff, he also brings her the letters to August, and August letters back to Paltain. But she mostly goes by Callie. And, you know, this sort of lore I have for her. And most of the people in Mystria don't actually know her full name. Other than, you know, Island, Daria, I think that's her name. Valor, of course. And, you know, Caldaris. Other than that, most of the other people just refer to her as Callie or Miss Callie. Such is the case with, you know, the children. Which Paltain is very good with kids because of her experience with, you know, her own daughter. Her, you know, August. I'm trying to scratch off this thing on my... There we go. And I think during, you know, the Fading Stars Festival is when Paltain is able to, at least for like a day, bring her daughter to Mystria. Because around this time, Paltain's house is not big enough to, you know, house her daughter permanently. So she stays the night at, you know, the Sleeping Dragon Inn with her beloved Uncle Valor. So, yeah. The ads have now begun. I'm gonna take a little break from reworking Paltain's design here, because the ads are going through. So, drawing once. Or oh, all of the possible streams I'll be doing during my half hiatus, just in my college, my fall semester in the next 2 weeks. And also make the announcement, because one of the things that I have to do for my the in-person class I have to wake up at at least 10:30. Yeah, so that I have enough time to wake up, eat something of sustenance that isn't just chips, do some things, and then get in the car and get to class. And because of the distance my campus is from me, there is a campus that is like closer, so that's in my city, but I go to the one that is half an hour away from my home. I have been ever since I had to start going to in-person classes. So because of that, instead of waking up, an hour before the class begins, I wake up an hour and a half before the classes begin, so I can get to class on time. Not rushing myself. And because of the time that I have to get up for my in-person class, I might have to start my streams during my semester an hour earlier. So instead of starting at 1, I'll be starting at noon. Which is gonna be the first time that I am purposefully changing the time that I go live. For the first time since I actually started streaming that I'm, switching up the time that I stream to be, an hour early. Oops. So I think by now I've kind of improved my ability to draw hands a bit. Compared to when I started making this, back in last year. Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna refine the shape here. So I'm gonna move her over. I think I'm just gonna give her normal human ears this time. Know her little rework. Now I can get started on her eyes. A little. I give her a little wing over here. This out a little. Well, that is a little too far out. Now, can I give her hooded eyelids? But I'm not fully sure for what I'll do with her full design. I am going to, at the very least, make her seem somewhat pleasant looking. Like, she is a little standoffish, but she is still willing to, you know, like, a bit standoffish, but still somewhat approachable. I'm gonna go ahead and yoink her. I'm gonna make her curls a little longer. And then I really like, you know, I've been drawing Kaltane, her little design here. She, so, looks a little wild, but not too, you know, wild. If y'all understand what in the world I am talking about. But I think I'm gonna make her hair a little shorter for this time around. But make it immensely voluminous. You know, kind of like how my current hair is in terms of length. I just realized I've been drawing on the wrong layer. So I'm going to kind of purposefully shorten her hair. Now I'm going to cut that entire layer. Undo all of this. Then paste that. Now, bada bing, bada boom. The hair is now on a different layer. And the reason I am doing our hair on a separate layer is in case if I want to make any changes. I think this is kind of a nice change of pace for her. I'm also going to yoink that, screenshot I made of her. I can yoink her eye color. And because August is adopted, I'm not going to make her look too much like Haltane over here. Because I want them to look kind of like a blended family. But I also made her hair. I literally color picked the color of, Essence Bats, I think. And, Essence from the game. Because that's why I wanted to make her hair color. I'm gonna do that. At the very least. So there is one thing that I plan on adding in this little rework of Haltane's design. That's gonna be a couple of scars. I mean, she's an adventurer. She probably has a few. But for now, I'm just gonna color in this hair. Find that color a little. Then let's make her skin tone, which I'm only going to do her face for now. Actually, hold on. I might redo her skin tone. I'm gonna do a bit of a contrast test before I start working on that. But her hair might be, her skin might be a little too pale for her, hair to contrast. So I'm going to clip that. This is the contrast test. And all I do is just, I use black and just cover this so that I can see the values. Because if there is too little contrast, then the main aspects of the design will not be that easy to tell apart. And from what I can tell here, it kind of passes. So I might make her skin a little darker. Or I'm not sure. So now I'm gonna move both of those. I'm gonna go ahead and give her some face scars. I'm not gonna give her the same scar as Dahlia or Hydrangea. Just probably something like this. I'm just gonna pull a little on the bottom because I want to add volume to the design. Oh, howdy! So I'm gonna give her the pauldron. This. No. Design. And there we go. Add a teensy bit of shading into that area here. We're getting pretty close to intermission time, which I'm kind of feeling a bit overheated. So I might I need to sleep, have a great stream, and the rest of your day. Hey, have a good sleep, Dawson Males. I'm not sure how I'm going to actually do the whole belt shebang, but I'll probably like add some stuff to it, possibly. Yeah. So now we have a bit of a rework for Caltaine over here. Hmm. Alright. Alright, so I'm looking at Balor's beach outfit because that shows one of his scars. That appears to be a little more redder than his rest of his, outfit. So I'll do the same for Caltaine's scar over here. But I'm gonna close this for now and gonna start the intermission because I need to use the bathroom. I'll be back in a few. Wait. I replenished my water. Fill up the water purifier. So now, let's go ahead and work on Altain once again. Actually, I wonder if I should just change her hair color to the mid-tone. And it'll contrast a little nicer. Right. Layer mode, color. Black. I can just do this for the whole thing. And that contrasts a lot more, or nicely in my opinion. I think I'll make her skin a little darker. Or just do this, I think. Yeah, I think that looks a little nicer. Like, I think that skin color, a slightly tanner look, that suits her a little better than her first skin tone. So it's getting very warm. My hair is finally at a length where I can put it up in a ponytail, and also a length where it's trying to get hot on my neck again. Oh, I'm also gonna Sabrina was debating if she should go into my room or not. Very silly. You're very silly, Sabrina. Why are you staring at the fan? You immediately want to leave. Are you kidding me? Ah. Once in my room. Then she immediately wants to leave once she's acknowledged. Why is she like this? I have no idea. But yeah, I think this is a good point of progress for, you know, Paltain over here. I'm gonna draw her left arm And I think I might make Haltane left-handed. Why? Because I will make as many of my OCs left-handed as I can. I'm just gonna kind of lightly sketch out the hand. Alright. I should probably... outfit set. Oh, there is a corrupted Mistral armor set. So I just realized that the Mistral helmet kind of has the same little stuff, kind of like wings that are in the same area as, you know, Haltane's little hair tufts over there. It's kind of funny. And I think I'll give her the ring she has equipped on her thumb. So I'm gonna look at the adventurer outfit. I'm gonna do this little perspective thing with the that over there. But yeah. Eventually I will make a 3D model concept of her, but I think for now I might have to. Ooh, dark region. Minor outfit set. Maybe I'll have to start once I unlock all of the levels in the mines in my current Fields of Mystria run. I might work on getting all of the outfit sets and armor sets that are in the mines. Eventually I will give Kaltain here different outfits for, different seasons. I think for now I'm gonna to possibly go back to Fields of Mystria again. Just give me a few minutes. So I'm gonna make a new set. And temporarily turn my shadow play off. Turn that back on. Also, I'd like to mention that I also have Cookie Clicker going. No, at the same time. Because I am a mad woman who simply cannot be contained. By her own hubris. But I'm gonna go ahead and start coloring in her jerkin. which I will remove all of the sketch layers to fill in the color after I do this. There we go. Eventually I will also make her summer, fall, and winter outfits. Once I figure out what they're gonna look like. Yeah, eventually I'm gonna have to start making some fics of her in August. I have made a total of 1 fic involving her. It's literally just an elaborate rickroll. Because I wanted to be a little shit and rickroll an entire fandom. Specifically all the March enjoyers. So now go ahead and grab that. I'll figure out what to do with the belt later. I just think for now I'm gonna have it be, you know, a single color. Then once I'm done, I'm able to figure out what I'll do with it. I will add all the details and stuff. I need to get out. Just gonna make that the color of her ring for now. But I think that rework is mostly done. I'm planning on adding a bunch of scars to her hands. A bunch of small scars on those. Oh yeah. Oh, gonna save that. And I'm gonna start in a few, so I think I'm gonna wait for that to happen. I'm gonna switch to a different character that I wanted to work on today. First, I gotta cool off a little. We're just gonna do this, I think. Put some cool air onto the back of my neck, cause I'm getting pretty hot. All the ads. Stop it. Little. Then once the ads are over, I'll switch over to my other character. And have started there. We're gonna end in about 2 minutes. I think that's enough. And for now. So maybe I need to get like a press. We might eat two people outside today. But people that are working on other room may have went, and I think they have left. My brother's room gray. Step out and walk around a little, investigate brother's room, then I'll be back. Draw, Magnolia. From Ed. News. Or I have to put them in the cauldron. I'll do that real quick. Anyway, welcome back from Ad. Just give me a little bit. Alright. So this is my new character. My newest character / creation, Megalia Bitterfall. She is a sorceress that knows a lot of unethical spells. And this is the concept I made of her in Infinity Nikki. He is a surfing cunt. So the main thing I'm doing for this is I'm gonna try doing it the 60, 30, 10 in a color picking. Where the main color is black, the second one is purple, and the third is the red. But for now, I gotta start making a full body concept of her. I import this into the document so that I can more easily reference it. Oh. And I'll give her the chest. So he bends like that. Then and oh, this. And that. Then I work a little more on her body. And I like so that or like this. Not what I meant to do. I'm gonna move these down here. Can a little more easily see this. Doing Mangs. you being silly? Are you being goofy? I think she is. But the thing is that I want to make Megalia look kind of like alternative. Because, you know, I want her to visually look distinct. So really start learning how to draw detail. Yeah. I'll eventually work more on Megalia ads are over. So the first thing I'm gonna start off with is Megalia's face. Because that is one of her more defining features. And that is being Vasily. So first we're gonna do her eyes. And there she goes. But Megalia is kind of meant to be a little mischievous in nature. Not like somewhat deranged, but she usually has an excuse when it comes to her derangement. Like, she also has a hobby of kind of experimenting with how people react to certain things. He doesn't go too drastic with this because, you know, she has standards. But she still likes the occasional messing with people. Because, you know, her family is just full of eccentric tricksters. Or they're not the TikTok kind of pranksters that, you know, aren't really pranksters. They're just harassers who just use "it's just a prank, bro" to justify their, you know, tormenting of the people around them. I'm gonna get started on some of the hair over here. I'm actually gonna give her a bit of a heart motif with some of her design. Or at least do some heart motifs where I can. She's sort of, you know, Megalia here is meant to be a little bit of a trickster character. Like, she is kind of up to a lot of mischief. Up to shenanigans, as they say. So because of that, she, you know, has a lot of things that she does that make people question what her objective is. But honestly, if she were to tell the truth, she just likes observing people react to strange happenings. And she... You know what? I'll give her a heart ahoge. It's usually hidden under her hat. And I wanted to add some braids to her, kind of add to the heart motif. So given that I kind of made her with purple hair and she has a braid, I'm worried about her looking too much like Patchouli. Which I'll try and circumvent by, making her as different as I can in terms of her body and shape language to Patchouli as much as I can. Which, for those who not know what Patchouli's design looks like, this is Patchouli, and this is Megalia. I want Megalia to be a little slimmer and shorter than Patchouli. Kind of make her look a little more nimble. Patchouli is a bit of a tank. Like, she's 175 centimeters tall if you don't include the horns. And she weighs at least 100 kilos. And her bone is like very dense. Like, physically. Sometimes emotionally, but mostly physically. She is kind of like... Best way I can describe her is if she were in an RPG, she'd be a tanky healer. She can take a lot of damage and also heal others after she takes damage, along with herself. The ads are gonna be in a few, so I'm gonna have to start that pretty soon. I wanted to give Megalia here kind of a mischievous appearance. You may never fully know what she is up to. Her family, I kind of want to base it off the Addams family, where they're, very kind of unhinged and gothic. So they're kind of meant to be very much sort of outcasts. In a way, but they don't really care about being outcasts because they are more interested in some of their own projects. So they are very weird, but they are a respected part of their community because of what they do. Megalia, even if she is, very unhinged in her mischief, she never outright tries to harm anyone, physically or mentally. Her goal is to confuse and bemuse. Maybe if I do make a story for her, it's probably going to be about, the intricacies of magical pranks. And also dark magic, because her family probably, studies dark magic, so in the ways that, in order to figure out how it can be used for, the betterment of the people. And that is why they have that ominous tower in her estate, go. Yep. Right over here. I'll go ahead and see y'all in a few. Alright. I'm back. So let's go ahead and keep working on Megalia over here. And this is, I think, a good way to start off Megalia's design. I think I'm gonna move her that, and then gonna use my selection pen and move her a couple of pixels and extend her neck. And yeah, I think that might be a good starting point for Megalia's design. So I think let's go ahead and start working on the base of her outfit. So I'm not sure if I'll give her like a high or a low collar. I'm gonna start with a sort of lowish collar. No, a highish collar. Her. And I'll kind of be the zipper, I think. But I gotta be like super high elasticity shirt. I'll draw the jacket later on. I still have her pinned or there. Then Now to the same sort of shading in the pants like I did with Caltane. They're sort of similar-ish boots. This. A little hard to see from where I'm looking. Maybe because of the filters I used when taking the photo in Infinity Nikki last night. Anyway. I think I'm going to have her shoes tied. No, not just yet. I'm gonna try and make these shoes somewhat simple. Now, that. There we go. So that's sort of the basis of her outfit. Might add the little decorative claws that she has, like, over here, possibly. I'm not fully sure just yet. Then this sort of layering. With the jacket. To sort of this to show so that it is, laying on her. That is the other sleeve. Probably get out the Pikachu for Megalia. And she's kind of meant to be a bit of an eccentric. Because that is, what she is. An eccentric sorcerer. And maybe it's the heat, but... Feeling kind of poop. And I will figure out how to add more of her heart motif. There is one thing we simply cannot forget. That is her hat. And the hat will sort of tame her ahoge. Her little her cowlick. But in its place, there will be a heart on it. For anyone wondering why hearts, I don't know, I just felt like it would be a little cool for her to have a heart motif. Maybe I'll give her some heart tattoos. You know, on certain parts of her body. Maybe even some heart knee pads. Is on her design. And then I guess here, like for the buttons on her shirt, like her jacket, also be, you know, the heart themed. I'm gonna give her the cuffs. But yeah, I think now I can start working on a bit of, you know, color. So I might also make her eyes, you know, her pupils of her eyes heart-shaped. So that's probably going to be very hard to figure out, you know, compared to, you know, the rest of her. I'm gonna start off with some of the purples I could use. I'm gonna start off with the purples, the reds, I'm gonna give her sort of the red color. I'll use a cool red instead of a warm red. Oh, like have it be sort of pinkish. Then of course there's gonna be black. I'll probably, you know, make this color. Now I'm going to add all of these colors. to her design. I might make the black a bit of an off red, possibly. Or add like a bunch of highlights, colorful highlights to the black. So it, isn't just, void. So, also, ads are gonna start soon. And color palette. Wait, ads have begun. Keep doing this coloring. Yeah, the reason I want to add so much black to her color palette is because I want to start trying to learn how to do highlights a little more properly. If I use a near solid black, I can then use that as a way to practice all of the, highlighting I need, especially when it comes to clothing and stuff. This is kind of like a bit of a character design exercise for me. To make an appealing design with as little colors as I possibly can. Now her eyes. And of course, I gotta add her sclera color along with her skin tone. Hey, welcome back from ads, everyone. So I'm gonna go find a decent skin color for her. like, you know, a half decent color in order to at least give her some kind of, you know, skin tone. I might play a lot with, you know, opacity in order to put in between colors of what I want. So this is gonna be what she looks like for now. Let's add the black here. And that this is like gunmetal. I guess. I'll use this red, I think. Yeah. This is, you know, gonna be a little study in, you know, making appealing character design. At least appealing for me. You know, a limited color palette. So, limit the color palette as much as possible. Then, you know, just find out what works. The design. Anyway, that's nearly all of the red. And I'm gonna add more of the purple. No, over here. Yeah, when I started making her in this Pikru here, I started thinking that I wanted her to have a very limited color palette. So only purple, black, and red. Now, purple. I'll have that be red too. It's a little shinier. Then on the hat, so I will eventually, once I make the hat version, I will remove her Aholge, but this is what we currently have. They just that. But this is her current color palette. Like, you know, color scheme. Got those. But now it is time to start working more on, you know, the whole shebang. Maybe that could work. But that might be a little too close to Patchoul's. Yeah, that's a little too close. That might work. Oh. I think I'll go with this color. That's because it contrasts a little more with the red and the black. But anyway, I'll have to eventually figure out how I'll do all the rendering for this. So once I actually finalize her design. I think this is a pretty nice design already. I might ask for feedback from other artists that I know if I need to make any changes. But first, let's do a little bit of that. Make her look real nice and snazzy. Give her a good little contrast. Now let's do the contrast test. He passes it with flying colors. So the red is a little too dark. Means I'm likely gonna have to replace it with something a little lighter. Maybe something this. Yeah, I think it's all coming together. So I think I'll try and do the contrast aspect of this. So it's sort of like this. The skin is probably going to be the lightest color. And then the next darkest color will be the purple, then the red, and of course the darkest will be black. But first, let's sort of check this. So that be a good purple for my purposes. So that is a pretty good design so far. Eventually I will have to make a back reference. I think this is looking pretty nice. Now, pretty snazzy. Me for sure. He's very, very fancy. I'll add some other details to her as well. Over time. Eventually give her some accessories for her hair that are, you know, black. Because black is in the majority of this color palette. You know, it's the 60 part. Red is meant to be in the 10. And the 30% is purple. So, yeah. This might be a pretty good stopping point for Megalia. Might do a bit of with August. So give her a bit of a dress her sort of plain. We just give her a little t-shirt. And I'll put her in August over here. I think I imagined her with, you know, dark hair. You know, kind of like this color. And she specifically has those little tufts because I want her to look a little bit like her adoptive mother. Even if it's, you know, just a hairstyle thing. That one might make her a little brunette. Sort of contrast with the other children in Fields of Mystria. There's some esferas. And I'll give her a sort of darker skin tone. You know, like sort of a medium. And I think her outfit is gonna be the same color as Paltane's jerkin. Yeah. We're approaching the last hour of stream, and I want to use that final hour to work on some of the fic headers for the fics that I finished and I have yet to post because I have no, you know, headers to go with them. So this is August. That'll be what she kind of looks like. I will eventually change her design a bit as she grows older and older. I think for now that's a pretty good design. Eventually I'll draw her with her mom. But I think it's about time that I start the intermission. I started early because I want to kind of get ready for working on the fig headers. So I'll be back in a few. we are back. And go ahead and get started on some fic headers. I'm gonna make a new version of this. Now, so the character I plan on doing today, in terms of the fic headers, is Leona King Scholar. You know, this guy. Which I've already done all the Heartsubule characters. Which, ow. Turn the opacity of that down. I'm gonna start off with a gesture. Which, for those who don't know what the other fic headers look like, this is what some of them do look like. Kind of have them look like they are laying down on their back. Hmm. He does have a little tail, so probably like add it over here. Hmm. This is somewhat decent. I'll do the gesture. I'm going to, at the very least, start off with, you know, the head. Hmm. I should look at some of his cards. I think our references for his mouth, the Apprentice Chef Groovy of his card. He kind of has this subtle downturned eye. So, eyebrow is like that. Eventually I will make the sketch bigger when I get to the line art phase. And now I'll probably do the hair separately from, the rest of his, Body. I got a pretty good grasp on the no. Nine over here. I'll do his tail. I think this is really coming together a little. I'm not fully sure. Apparently he has an ahoge. Definitely gotta include the ahoge. Just gonna keep doing this till I'm done with the braids. And there we go. That's a good amount of this done. So I'm gonna move the hair layer for now and on his clothing here. Yeah. Hmm. I'll do that. Then his jacket. Isa laon mo ah. Wherever could it be? Anyway, ads are gonna start soon. those happen. And I think once I'm done with this little sketch, I'll increase the size of it. And then I'll probably like, after I, the size adjustment thing, I will probably end stream. Because I'm getting a little tired. I've been shrimping a little too much. And this is decent for now. I'll make this bigger. So, I think, I'm gonna start on some of the line art. At the very least, his face. It appears the kid who does the lawn mowing is here. gonna start off, sort of thin with it. The line art. And also do his ears. Oh. Yeah, I'm really liking the progress I'm making on this so far. So at the very least do this. And okay. And okay. Over here. I'm liking the progress I'm making on this illustration. So far. Gonna at the very least do, you know, the basics of the hair. This is the back. Please some of his buying. Then gonna increase the size of this. I'm gonna making kind of an outline. You know, thicken up the edges of the line art. And the reason why is because I want to make this thick. Add volume. And there we go. Lines are now a little thicker. Or in the background. Now all I gotta do is on the bangs. And that on a different layer. I'll probably try and work on this for, you know, next week. The last full week I'll have of full 5 days of streaming I'll have for a while. Because after that, I gotta, you know, do college stuff. You know, start my classes. See what I need. Acquire what I need. And then see if I can possibly, you know, open some commissions on the side. To acquire money during my semester. I gotta work on his braids over here. Right. Now to do the second braid. Use it. Now merge those down into the line art. Do a little bit of color. Just a teeny little bit. Those giant green orbs out of the way. So I find it kind of funny how ashy Leona's skin tone is. Just a little funny to me. Like, bro, you could use some time in the sun. So I have been in this fandom of Twisted Wonderland long enough. I am now older than this character. Have been for like 2 years. It is a little funny to me. How time flies, indeed it will. I think that is his... Yeah, I think it is. I'll probably change some of the colors so he looks a little less dull. So that probably make the green of his eyes stand out less. I don't know. I'm gonna, at the very least, get the colors out of the way. So depending on how Wednesday goes, I might instead finish working on these. Or at the very least this, instead of writing fix. Yeah. Gonna keep doing this. And once we're close to the final battle badge, I will go ahead and end stream. There's quite a few things I need to do. You know, once stream ends, I'm gonna have to set up the order for all of the, stickers I'll be giving out for Halloween in my neighborhood. Yeah. Eh. So this is the current progress on Leona King Scholar. I'm gonna eventually do the rest of his, line art eventually. But honestly, I'm just, exhausted. Vyvanse is wearing off. But this is what we currently have. So, yeah. Go ahead and save that. And I'll be seeing y'all tomorrow. I believe tomorrow is Little Witch in the Woods. So, yeah. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye.